brain go away. Come again some other day. Oy. If we play Danger Zone continually, we will get banned from Twitch. So we can't do that. We cannot do it. Sometimes life isn't as good as you wish it was. Okay, I have a list of like stuff that was all fallout from me doing the logging stuff that I don't exactly know what to think about. Should I do the little fallout things or should I work on the logging? I should work on the logging a little bit. Oh yeah, so I was doing some logging stuff, and that logging stuff involved categorizing messages. And so I started doing some path code for like file paths. And so I could do some tests for this. Except I want to keep writing a little bit more. So this is just like, hey, if you have a file path, you could break it into like what the different pieces are. And we could do some things. We could just have a little bit of fun with this. So like one of the worst things in the universe, right, is when you have a UI, like you're typing something into a box, or you have just a piece of a script that has a file name, and like you type in the file name with a long path and you get like file not found, and you're like, why the fuck is this file not found, right? So one of the good things that VTune did in the UI a really long time ago was they said, oh, let's actually type in the portion of, or let's actually look at the path that you typed in, and we'll output the portion that actually exists. And then once it stops existing, because you typoed that directory name or put the wrong one or something, we'll put it in red. And that was amazing. And that's the only program that I've ever seen do that. So we can fight the good fight a little bit while I'm doing path stuff. I feel like doing that because we have to save computers, you know, and nobody else is going to fucking do it apparently. All right. Do you have any facilities in context allocator to detect leaks? No, that would be a per allocator thing to do. We're going to supply one for the general allocator, but we do not do that yet. Like again, so the question is a little bit weird, right? Because in this language, you don't allocate like that. Like the whole premise is that that style of allocation where you have to free everything and then look for leaks is bad to begin with. If you reduce the amount of that you're doing, then you're much better off than if you use some tool to make sure every allocation doesn't leak, right? So the primary tactic is to give you ways to not do that kind of allocation. It's old and busted. That is the old and busted computer school way of allocating memory. It is not the new hotness. Do I mean temp allocator? I mean any kind of memory allocation. It's dumb. You don't want to malloc a bunch of things. That's just not how you should write a program. If people are teaching you to program that way, don't listen to them. Okay. So we're going to parse a path. Reduce path maybe does dots and dots and whatever. Okay. So for the parse a path, okay. So we're going to go so if we see a slash, we say Okay. Bam. We get a prefix. So when you call split whatever, does it return list of heap allocated things? It returns an array of things allocated with whatever allocator is set currently. It doesn't allocate the string separately, though, no. It just points at the existing string. Do you need to free words? Read this up here. Let's be encouraged secure HTTP and put HTTPS there. Okay. I also want number of leading slashes. Okay. We've got parse path, reduce path, path contains. We can do path to string. All right, we're going to say okay. Oh. I don't remember if that's the... We call it a knit string builder right now. Hello, happy Friday to you. The users of an API should call free on their pool allocator when they finish. No, they should release the pool when they are done with the pool. That might be when they're done with working on the path. It might not be. Hopefully, it's part of some much bigger piece of work, right? Hopefully, you do a whole bunch of stuff. Don't worry about memory at all while you're doing any of that stuff, and then you free a little bit of memory at the end. That is the ideal thing. Or you use temporary storage and don't care at all, which is probably what I would do most of the time. So kind of what I want to do is make this into a non-single file library so that I can just make some tests that have like some files and stuff. Oh, let's do an incomplete. Yeah, that might be a good thing to do. Anyway, okay. Path to string. How much of path exists on local file system? Okay. To make sure we didn't break that, I'll check it in and then I'll make it into a multi-file library. We can make an example for this and so forth. So if the builder uses an allocator to accumulate string internally, when you return string, is it a copy or pointer? In this case, so the string builder always makes a copy. So when I say append here, it's writing these bytes into a buffer. And when I say builder to string, it's giving me a copy of that buffer. Copy is allocated using whatever allocator is active on entry to this function. All right. Okay. So we're going to move that to, that to modules, file, utilities, module, and we're going to carve it apart more and do some stuff. But first, we're just going to make sure everything runs with that. All right. That's good. So why can't you just return a pointer to the internal buffer? Well, in this case, so string builder is on the stack. It is meant to run on the stack and have its okay. So with string builder, it's got an initial buffer size. We could go look at it for a second. The way it works is it doesn't know if you want to use it in a pool kind of situation or a heap kind of situation. So it's got a buffer with a buffer sized array that starts at 16K. Okay. And the first buffer is actually stored on the string builder, which means if you put one of these on the stack, then you're initially writing to the stack, right? And then you can you copy out, right? Now, you could imagine making a string builder that doesn't work that way, right? You could imagine making one that always allocates the buffers and then returns it. Now, the problem with that is if the string is long, if you want to return a contiguous string, which this thing does, and the string is long, then you would have to copy anyway, right? So you would only skip the copy if it's short, but you could argue, hey, it's short most of the time, so you're fine, right? That's just not how this particular data structure works. This particular data structure lives on the stack and only allocates if necessary. What's the deal with the bracket in free buffers? The bracket? You mean in the other file? Oh, that's just I accidentally typoed for a second. Sorry. When I switched the file, I fat-fingered the bracket key. That's not really there. Okay. This file doesn't exist anymore either. Did I accidentally resave it? That would be bad. I accidentally resaved it. spam. All right. So this is our new file, and we're going to break the operating system stuff into separate files because that's probably going to get big eventually. We'll break the tests out. Okay, we'll just say we're going to put that in its own thing. Should I make tests separate from examples? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, we're going to go back here. Going to have a Unix version. And a Windows. All right. All right. Defer is scope based, yeah. Okay. Okay, let me go back here and just say inside these OS specific files are I don't know if it's worth saying this, but God. Let me copy from the Windows one because it won't have as barfy indentation. Okay. All right. Oh, that's true. We should have a scope export at the top of the Unix one. Okay, so Windows. We have visit files. We have file exists. We have file mod time. We have file mod time and size. I understand why those are implemented separately, but okay. Do we ever use this newest mod time? I feel like I wrote that for a reason. But probably deprecated. Let's ditch it. Boom. Okay. Great. And then we've got some more coming up because there's a couple more functions. Oh no, somebody else wrote this, which is why it's got barfy stuff and barfy implementation. What the... Like, why would you do this? Let's just get rid of this. People can throw away the modification time if they want. Because modification time by itself is not particularly reliable, it can be changed or left unchanged while file contents are changed. There are all kinds of reasons it can be changed or left unchanged while. Okay. There we go. We could even put that here. File mod time gone. I don't know why the mod time is a U64. That's fucking garbage. It's like, all right. Dude, I hate that. All right. Yeah, dude, I got so mad on Twitter. Oh my goodness. I blocked several people. Just delete Twitter. I think that is the correct answer. Unfortunately, you can't delete it because it's on the web, so you have to delete the web. Okay, anyway, so I'm going to have some things to clean up here. Some people probably use the mod time function. Let me just do a... All right. So then this goes in here. And this goes in here. You save the old state to some other file, and when that is completely done, you call this. Can anyone explain to me what is happening in the stream? You are new. We are doing our best to save computers from being garbage. There is only so much we can do. The pile of garbage is just too high, like the rent. But we're going to do what we can to save computers from being garbage. You were told there would be Dyson spheres. I'm going to wait for a while till they update the game some more. I really enjoyed playing it, but I'm approximately at the end of the game. I should start a new company, and the name of the company is just going to be Saving Computers from Being Garbage. How much do I pay in rent? Way too much, but I was internet memeing there. Okay, so we probably broke some programs and stuff. So we're just going to try compiling this and see what happens. And then once we get everything working again, we will check that in. And then we can go work on the examples and stuff. Actually, before we check it in, we'll probably factor this test out into a separate file. Maybe in the examples. Okay. Let's get 2 shells. 2 shells Jackson. All right. Unable to open. Oh, because it's OS. All right. Well, told you it would be broken. File mod time. Why is someone calling file mod time and not checking? What a garbage. I hope I didn't do that. Okay. If... I don't even know. Let's do this. Unable to get the modification time of file whatever full name. There we go. And then mod time. There we go. That's better programming, guys. It's almost like we can do better programming. All right. Find or create. Let's find or create the texture from the full path. All right. Like, it's fun to write sleek looking code, but if you actually skip over the things you have to do, full path, then that's actually really bad. All right. We're going to get some supercharged cinnamon spice tea. You don't want to reinvent .h files, but there might be some good in being able to specify what it expects to export after it's loaded everything. I mean, I agree that there is a little bit of an ingredient there that is missing. Like, here's the thing. Modern C++ H files are terrible, right? But in old style C, you actually could use header files mostly as a summary of what was in the C file, and that was useful. And yes, we do not currently have that. But my plan is the following, and we'll see how it works out. We could do something like make a summary file that's in the module or something. And we may end up doing that eventually anyway. There is the module info program that we added to examples a while back that basically it generates an autodoc style thing of what's there. I don't like autodoc as documentation, so it's not called documentation, but it is a useful, or what's it called? Module summary? Where is it? Come on, guys. I know there's something. What the hell is it called? Okay, hold we're searching way too many things. Module info to the examples. Why did I not just see that? Module, this thing. So this thing outputs a function level summary like that. And we might make it standard to just save that, even just as a text file in modules, it would be useful. However, in the longer term, which is maybe going to be medium term soon, because we're making pretty rapid progress on the compiler, actually. I want to do some stuff about program understanding, some visual stuff that may be much better than this. And so I don't want to standardize on something that is weaker than what we could do, sort of, right? So I just want to keep moving forward and see where the current shape of things goes. But at some point, I agree that need for understanding what's in a module is important. And at some point, if we haven't satisfied it with like cool space age things, we'll satisfy it with something like, yeah, there's an equivalent of a header file, but maybe it's generated. Maybe it's not generated, or maybe you generate it once. Like, that's the thing is, in addition to, there's sort of two purposes. One is telling people what's in the module. And another one is, as the maintainer of the module, making sure that like your different implementations of functions for different operating systems and all that all conform to the same API, right? So that you don't accidentally, break the NVIDIA Shield version of a function only by, accidentally changing the type of a parameter or something. So that is definitely something that will happen eventually in one way or another. I just want it to happen in a super cool space age way. That may require me to take a couple weeks off and not work on anything else and do the cool thing, but we'll see. Okay. Let me make my tea, and then we will continue cranking on these things. Okay. Now we got to finish this. File mod time. Like what? Why are we not like logging errors on any of this stuff? I guess we just throw these away. I guess that makes sense. Okay. I already have success. Okay, does it blend? Okay. Let's do the tests. I'm sure something is probably broken in there. Is GDC happening this year? Probably not. Unless they decide to do one late in the year. Just wait, guys. It's only 6 more months till we start seeing all the blue check Twitter reporters writing articles that say COVID is now mostly handled, but you should still wear 3 masks everywhere and social distance and not have large events because it reduces sicknesses and fatalities statistically, even in weaker diseases like COVID, such as the flu or pneumonia or whatever. That's going to be great when people are writing all those articles. Did the x64 backend become faster? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Depends on since when were you asking. Bill Gates says we have to prepare for future pandemics. Well, yes, because there's going to be more lab leaks. Obviously, like if you decide not to acknowledge lab leaks, then there's no punishment for future lab leaks. So, rip. Tongue-in-cheek emoji. I'm completely serious right now. It was not uncommon to see people in Japan wearing a mask. I know. Also China, actually. Also Taiwan. Okay, so this is good. So we're going to say splitting file utilities into multiple files. All right, let's go move those tests. I mean, we could make a separate test folder. It's almost time to pour my tea to make sure it doesn't oversteep. Okay, so tests. No. We're going to want more tests than this. Now this, I believe, will not have... Let's also make in examples a path example. I'm going to do that. Make directory if it does not exist. Is that in file? Okay. Great. Modules, file, utilities, tests. Tests, right? Yeah, I think so. And then examples. This is just a thing that runs all our tests. Path example. All right, let's see if we got that right. Maybe not. What do I think about chamomile tea? I haven't typically needed to drink it because I sleep very easily. It's not like my favorite flavor of tea. So I don't tend to really drink it much. I don't think bad things about it. It's just not, it's not in my rotation, you know. Can I briefly describe how the new module system works? There is no new module system yet. I said a couple months ago in the stream that I was going to revamp the module system next, but sometimes priorities change and I've just been working on other things. Your tea is stuck in customs. Oh, well, you better get an M4 or an AK-103 and go get it out. Make sure to bring a grizzly And the customs key. Don't forget the customs key. Why don't I make some test and example labels at the start of it? What would those labels do? Yeah, this is not financial advice. It is escape from Tarkov advice. To not list files that you need to run. What? You don't need to run those files. What do you mean? It's just not how things work. Okay. Somehow someone is still trying to run this. I don't exactly know why. Let me just delete, like, I don't know if I trust this. It's probably not the problem, but we're deleting it anyway. God damn it, dude. I'm going to have to rewrite this test program. I mean, you have this example path with files to execute. Why? Why, though? Files to execute when? You don't ever have to run the examples. Oh, you mean for the test program? This test program is not necessarily exposed to users, but those module files are the ones we distribute to users. So I don't want to pollute the stuff we give to users with stuff from our test harness. How about if you're sick, you just don't leave your home? Yeah, I think that's a good one. Now I'm getting angry because this piece of shit test program is like annoying me. Like what? This is the thing about like when people write software and they don't think enough about what happens when people try to run it, stuff like this happens. And now to be fair, this has broken on me less often than open source software does. So that's great. But like what? Like it's complaining that it can't open some test file that it itself was supposed to have written. Now I just deleted the folder, right? But this thing is supposed to be regenerating all that stuff. So like, has it not been? Do I have to like manually do this? If I have to manually do this, then why don't you tell me that I have to manually do that when you can't open it? Like this is, you know, if I, now I get to waste an hour of my time that could have easily been fixed by the person who wrote this and knew how it was supposed to behave, taking 10 extra minutes to think about how it would be used and to do this kind of thing, right? And that makes me angry, especially because if our whole project is saving computers from being garbage, then if people on the team make computers garbage in the same way that is traditional, it counters the mission. And this is why, in part, I have nobody else but me on the compiler team right now, because too much of this was happening and I just can't. This just makes me angry right now. I am very angry. Is this because of the no CWD change? I don't think so. Now it might be, but I don't think so, because this is actually the same. This is the same working directory as usual. So that in theory should not matter, but maybe it would. But if it does, then that's also due to a problem. So part of the reason I introduced that was that there were projects that would compile or not compile depending on what your working directory was when you decided to compile them, which again is bullshit, right? It's exactly the kind of thing I want less of, or none of. I want none of that, right? So it's actually on my list to go through a couple of the examples and fix that. So there could be something like that in here, but if so, we need to fix it, because again, the meaning of the program should not change based on where you happen to be when you compile it, especially if it's something huge like that compiles a zillion tests like this. Like, that's just not okay. All right, now I get to debug our test program. Great. I wanted to be doing other things. Okay, generated file dir. Who generates? Does this not even generate this? Is this in Subversion? That'll make me mad if that's in Subversion. It's not. Okay, so it gets generated somehow. By who? The other annoying thing about this is like it's broken into several files that like it's not exactly obvious where they all live. That's a thing that pissed me off and didn't really get fixed. Okay, it's this generate modules test program, right? So we're supposed to be running this. Oh, that's the, yeah. So it says, so like, why are we not doing that? It says it's building it. Is that failing? The fuck is going on? Oh, maybe it just runs at compile time. Oh, it put its dot generated there. Yeah. So that is the problem. Sorry. The problem is, in fact, that this was dependent on CWD and it's putting its generated in the wrong frickin' place. Okay. What do we do about this? I think we should tell it where we want the target to be. Or, I don't know. So the question is this a rare case when you want actually CWD to matter? And I'm not sure. Do you want it? Do you want the semantics of the command to be generate this thing in the current working directory? And I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. Honestly, I hate current working directories very deeply. Not as much as I hate environment variables, but almost. You'd say yes. So we could put a no CWD in there for now then. I don't know what this compile test file, does this give us the ability to put options? What does backend mean? Options. Oh, that's like the x64 backend or whatever. So if I go, now see, options is user level options. Let's try this. Can we do this? I guess that worked. Okay, so for now we are doing -no CWD since the semantics of the test file generation are generate this into the current working directory. Long term, maybe we want to give an argument to specify the target file. It's unclear what is best. Okay, great. Great. That means that everything compiles. Okay, did this file utilities test run? It should have because it's in the array. File utilities tests, path example. All right. Great. Add some more file structure to the file. Now I can go back to actually doing work. Okay. So I do not understand. Like what? All right. Next, let's actually do some path stuff. Okay, we're going to go path just start with some simple things. Path 1. Let's just say, okay, some string is https zombo.com. This is a great file. All right. So path 1 is parse path s. S2 is path to string. Let's call it S1. Okay. I called it path words. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Actually, no, let's call it, just call it words. Oh. Wait. Oh, whoops. That was down there. Never mind. Wait. I never added words here. Oh, because, okay, hold on. Never mind, because we did split. We need to assign that. And then down here, there we go. Okay. For some reason, did I mess it up? S1 is used. Oh, whoops. Oh, I printed S1 twice. Whoopsie. Okay. So, so first of all, our prefix didn't get set the count correctly. So that is easy to fix. Prefix length. Yeah, result dot. All right. That's step one. Okay, so we got our prefix. You know, it didn't, we should put the colon. And then we want to advance. Oh, we already do. Okay. All right, so HTTPS colon 2 is the number of leading slashes, right? Now it actually matches after. So we decompose it into this data structure. We recompose it into a string, and now these two things match. Okay. Great. All right. Next, we can do a simplify. Okay. Now, path written as a string, decompose it into a path with reduction turned on, which is actually the default. It's just that the string in the previous example didn't require any reduction. Okay, so S is C, A, B, C dot D dot slash E dot F G dot text, right? And then path is parse path S. T is path to string path print comma T. All right. Let's see if that seems right. A, B, C dot dot. So we have A, B, D, E dot F. Yep. Look, it's great. We didn't even use regexps. You think I've only programmed for 15 years? Lol, 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 lol. Lol, 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 lol. Lol, 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 lol. Tra la 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 la. 15 years. Tra la 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 la. Okay. What do you call it? I'm sure the web people or Unix people or somebody has a name. Like, what is it called when the path is like rectified for all these things? Dots and dots and whatever. Canonical. Okay. Now, there's probably some more rules about what, like canonical path probably involves expanding tildes and stuff, but I can't type a tilde because it's still Dyson sphered. Okay, let's do that for the third one. Okay. I'm going to make a browser that doesn't suck? No. Tilde is a shell-specific thing. That is true. But I want to show an example of doing that. Casey can't type a tilde either, but it's because he uses forecoder. Does that like open console in forecoder or something? Hey, can somebody type a tilde in chat, please? So I can copy paste it. Oh, so many. Wait, now it's scrolling too fast. Okay, I got one. Okay, so we're just going to put it in a comment right here. And when I need one, there it is. Who is the winner? I believe I got the first one. I don't know if we all have parallel reality frames in 4D space-time and events are simultaneous, though. You can also Alt 126. I don't know what Alt 126 means. Yeah, I could do a print. I could do a print with the hex code and then copy the result of that. Hold Alt key and 126 on numpad. I don't have a numpad. Does that only, that's a console thing? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay. So, let's just do expansion of sub strings. Here we'll do okay. I keep trying to do it. Oh, I'm capsed now. Let's just do this. Paths is an array with the following strings. We've got this. We'll allow it to substitute even in the middle of a path. Just pretend we are on some weird OS that does that. Okay. Actually, no, let's just do it real simple. Why use Windows instead of Linux or else? I mean, basically all operating systems are awful now. So I use the one that more people play games on, is the answer. And I use the one where it's actually possible to make games. It's not really possible to make games very well on Linux or on Mac OS. What are my thoughts on how business is using software? Yeah, I mean, it's all garbage. Need to check spelling on canonical. Canon seal. What's wrong with canon seal? Okay. Tilde. I tried to type it. That's of course going to be a PowerPoint file. Okay, so for path strings. Path is this does cleanup. If path and path word 0 and path word 0 dot is equal sub-0, I did it again. Dang it, I've got to go get one of these. Expand the tilde. Oh, I got to get it again. Okay. Username is advance path dot word 0, comma 1. So we're going to say new words is home directory path is parse path home directory string. I'll just say home path. Okay, so home path is parse path home string, and then we'll say new words is home path dot words. Actually, okay. Input and we're going to say success string. Right, so actually let's do a bool here. Local bin escape from Tarkov dot UML. All right. So here we go. Let's just say we're going to put an incomplete here. Home blah. We're not done with that. We're going to look up the user's home string. So we parse path home string. Okay, for one path dot words dot count -1 array add. Oh. Blah. I don't know. Getting tired of typing. Oh, strings. That's not how that works. All right. I didn't really print the input and the output. Input should not take success, by the way. What am I even doing? Okay, so success is going to be true. We might set it to false later when we try to look up the user. Okay. So, let's actually put it in 3. We'll put result and success is whatever. It'll make more sense. Okay, so, because then you could compare input to result and all that. Okay, so when we try to substitute, I screwed something up. Which is what? Oh, well, we didn't convert back. Okay. So right now, everybody's home folder is home blah. You know, this is a secret plan, really. Tim Apple has secret plans. Okay, so here we're going to go. Home string is lookup home directory from username. If home string, we do this stuff, else bad news. All right. For local home directories on the what the hell was this thing called? I don't remember what it was called. What's the frickin' the Drobo? Yes. Here we go. On the Drobo. Okay, and log error unknown username, comma username. We should make the result just be all right. Oh, we forgot the username part. Like yeah, okay. There we go. We forgot Jeff's username. There we go. Great. Let me warm up some more tea. And then we will continue. Are these global variables somewhere? Do they get set once? No, this is an example. We're just making an example of how to use this path data structure. That's all. Gotta wait for my tea to finish. All right. Okay. Let me get my tea, and we will continue with the example that motivated me wanting to do this to begin with. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what I wanted to do was say, once, for ages throughout history, many programmers and users of computers would suffer an almost uncountable number of hours of frustrating wasted time when they would type in a file name into some program and would get file not found error, but the program would not help them understand why the file was not found, like WTF is going on. It sure looks to me like it's correct. What the hell? Then once upon a time, unlikely champion of UI's Intel Corporation released a program called vTune that, when you got a path wrong, would actually highlight the portion of the path that was correct and the portion that was wrong as you typed it interactively, so you could see WTF. The problem was this saved much time and avoided many gray hairs, and there was much rejoicing among people who used vTune only, because even though this was obviously a great thing, apparently nobody in the world who is in charge of programming computers cares about you or wants you to succeed in life. So they all just keep giving you the sucky UI that makes you grow old while hating computers. Here we will demonstrate in simple fashion how to do the vTune thing. Wants to you succeed in life. Yeah, that's not good. I am apparently not succeeding. Tea steeped. Ding, 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 ding. We don't need the 4 ages part. I think throughout history covers it. But of course it doesn't, because open source people cannot design anything new. They can only copy Windows or the Mac, and neither Windows or the Mac have done this either. Okay. What OS would I use if I could do my thing in any one? This is still the best OS for what I do. I would prefer my own OS, but I don't have time to make it right now. Do I enjoy code golf as an exercise in anti-bloat? I mean, I guess I kind of know what code golf is, but honestly, joking concepts like that really annoy me because it's not funny. Like, we have a very serious problem with how much code there is and how bad it is, and I just can't joke about it. It's so bad. So like, haha, code golf, like it's not funny, actually. Okay, let's have a path. Our path is going to be input is going to be path example data A, B, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, bravo.text, right? So now we're going to make some files here. We're going to go examples, or no, sorry, file utilities, modules, file utilities, examples. We're going to go path example data, alpha, beta, game, delta, text document, bravo.text. Hello, my name is Tim Apple. My secret plan to make UIs worse in 2021 is the entire MacBook keyboard will be a touch screen. This will let us put advertisements on all the keys and also get rid of people complaining about the quality of our butterfly keyboard. Signed, Tim Apple. All right. Now, got to add that to source control. Okay. So we're going to say input. We're going to say path is parse path of input. And then we're going to say do not canonicalize the path on parsing because we maybe want to line this up with the original input. They did add a physical escape key. That's amazing. Careful, I write gamma instead. Game. That's the whole point. The whole point is that this path is incorrect, but it looks correct. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay. Now we haven't written all the support routines that we need for this, but we're going to say, oh, maybe we have. Oh no, it's incomplete. So we're going to call this how much of path exists on the local file system. Okay. Okay, so partial is path, partial.words.count equals how much exists, and this much exists, colon, whatever, comma, or there's going to be some interesting cases in there, but yeah. Okay. We'll add some more tests in a bit, but for now it's just going to be these inputs. Okay. So we have to actually write this function, which is going to be the annoying. Let's make sure it still compiles. Okay, it won't work yet. It's like this much exists 0. Okay, let's print the input path. We should print another section heading. How much exists? Okay. Great. So we actually need to write this function for path.words. Okay. So we need to start out. I don't frickin' know. I'm just going to do this on Windows for the moment, and then we'll make it general. I could do a really gross thing where we convert it back to string. All right, let's just see. So let's just go to Windows. So we could say get current directory, right? Okay, and then find file, something, right? And then if okay, we're going to do UTF-8 to wide. And then we say whoops, it index break. Okay, so if it's a file, so we have this like is dir kind of thing. We're going to need that. Actually, we could do this. Create file W. If it's an invalid handle, if is dir, if it's not a dir, then this must be the last entry in the path. Existing return it in true. Oh, no. We want to say let's just do it. So what's confusing me is there's sort of like a one offset between this and that. We're going to say, we're going to make it -1 based, right? So we're going to keep it in sync actually with the loop iterator. Okay, so we do this. I don't know what all these file shares are for. We just need read. Okay. Actually, we could just close it right now. Okay. So if it's blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if last existing index is the last word index, we say the path fully exists. But the path could have too much. extra stuff after the file. After a file, in that case, we don't say it fully exists. Whatever. Okay, so okay. How much exists is the count of things that exist, not the index. So we add 1. Okay. So I kind of need to fill in some things here. How do I know is dir? There's like some s is dir thing. I could use that path is directory, but that's kind of overkill. Windows is directory. Web API. Oh my God. Dude, the longer things go on, the more they get polluted by crazy things. Windows, know if file is a directory in C. Get file attributes. Oh yeah. Instead of create file W, oh no, we do create file W and then get file attributes. Okay, great. File attribute directory. Oh, we have that. Okay. Get file attributes file. File at get file attributes. Oh, we can do that just on the name. Attributes W of UTF-8 to wide file path. All right. Get file attributes. Invalid file attributes. That's what I was looking for. I saw it and then I didn't see it. So that was not good. Hello? I got a call and it was from nearby, so I answered it. And it was actually a legitimate wrong number call. The first one that I've gotten in many years. So great. It wasn't a spam call from someone speaking Chinese. It was an actual wrong number. There's a potential for the pile at that path to change since you opened it. Yeah, but so the thing is, there is a potential for all of this to change. Like this is supposed to be for an interactive thing. I don't know. Like, Yeah, let's do it via the file handle. I mean, the problem is, okay, the problem is we need to like get, is there a way to create file from a directory, right? Because we're trying not to rely on all the path as a string stuff. We're trying to go through the path one step at a time. Okay. Well, okay. So let's try the create file route. I want like create file from a parent directory that's already open. Right. How do we do that? Yeah, I know. I'm doing the file handle thing, dude. I'm trying to anyway. It just relax. It's one step at a time. I'm trying to figure out how to, it doesn't matter. Like, look, opening a file here and then getting the attributes doesn't matter if we don't have a continuous chain of open handles through this loop. All right. Which is what I'm trying to figure out, how to create file from an open directory. Like, if I have to do it with find first file, find next file, that's really annoying, and I probably won't bother for now. Open at with O create your band. Yeah, you can use like find first file, find next file. Okay, we're not going to do it that way because right now we don't care that much. Okay, the problem actually is I'm going to have to do super disgusting file path stuff. For now, I just wanted to get this working, so we are doing a super disgusting thing where we convert to string at every step and let the file system handle concatenated paths, which first of all is kind of inefficient. And secondly, sort of obviates the whole point of using these path data structures instead of strings. Not totally, but kind of. Probably this should be rewritten to keep an open directory handle and use find first file, find next file. Actually, no, you know what? We're just going to do it. We're going to do it right. The problem, no, the problem is, but then you have to start dealing with Windows path character weirdnesses like the $, and %, or whatever the F characters are used to do all the weird things. For now, I am just leaving this note here to say, for a fully robust system, you probably want to do this. Actually, hold on. If we do find first file W with the string, see, the problem is this uses wildcards and like, yeah. I don't know. For now, my objective is just to get this example done. Okay. Okay, so okay. So we're going to do that. We're going to do this. So we're going to not that. If it's not, so we get file attributes. Okay, we get to get rid of all our dir, whatever. We'll just do the close handle here. Okay. Whoops, why am I compiling? My brain is fried. Okay, last existing index. Exiting file path. Close handle file. Oh, we're not even opening a handle. We'll make this S32 then. Hit index. S23, that's not a thing. All right. This still isn't going to work, but we'll see how not. This much exists. Boom. Okay. This much exists. Path example data alpha beta. That is the correct answer. So we go back to our thing. We're going to have to write the Linux version of this, but I might not do it tonight, just so I can continue working on things I want to work on. But we're going to have to before shipping the beta, because the tests won't run on Linux without that. Okay, so we can go back to our tests, or our example. This much exists. Therefore, this much does not exist. What do we do? Do that. Therefore, this much does not exist. Path to string remainder. Trailing. There we go. In a brief time. If not, strip the last word and make a new path until that exists or you exhaust the words. I mean, I guess you could. I'm not sure what the use of that is, though. Okay. We're going to go input paths are the following. We're going to change that third one in a minute. Okay. So for input in input paths, we do all these things. Okay, first one, we decompose. Second one fully exists. Third one, alpha, beta, game, engine. This is my new sophisticated game engine, bask in its glory. All right. So we're just going to call that engine, so it plausibly looks like a path. Game engine secrets. Right, that looks like a good path, but the problem is engine is the end of the path. It seems like bottom-up testing might handle more cases correctly if permissions would cause the check to fail. What do you mean bottom-up testing? Is that like middle out? Go backwards from where, though? How do you go backwards? Backwards, there could be 100 matches for a subtree on the file system, right? If you want to exhaustively match. Like you could, for a particular application, if you knew there weren't likely to be 100 matches in the file system, you could do that, if I understand the suggestion correctly. It's just, this is an example, right? It's not a specific application. We're just showing the thing. If you don't have access to a parent dir, then you don't have access to the subdirectories either in any reasonable file system. Oh, wait, I guess, yeah, okay, I see. You're talking about there's like a chmoded subfolder somewhere. Yeah. Test A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D, A, B, C. Maybe, I mean, the whole thesis of this, though, is that, well, we'll put down the suggestion. I don't want to work on, this is an example. I don't want to work on it forever, right? It has been suggested that it might be better to search backwards, for example. I see, I misunderstood what you were saying when you said search backwards. D, then A, B, C, then A, B, etc. But wait, why would you? Why would you not have read? Is that a case of like, is that even, I don't even know if that's possible on Windows. Like, how would you be able to enumerate subdirectories of a directory, but not be able to stat the directory itself? Is that even a thing? NTFS supports transverse checking bypass. I'm just going to paste this comment. Firefox 0067, who must think in Russian. Is there a reason I don't import print color and actually do the highlighting? We could do that. I forgot that we even do that. Let's see, print color. Okay, I don't, this just seems really weird to me. Like, why? Oh, because, yeah, okay, I get it. Print color. This print color function doesn't totally make sense to me, but okay. How much? And foreground blue. Sorry. Partial string, remainder string. So we'll break it out. We'll go partial string is this, remainder string. Okay. So we'll do that, I guess. Imopert. Don't imopert. All right. Foreground blue. Color. Wait, what? Oh, you have to specify it because it's the argument after varargs. Color equals Finland blue, Egypt white. Oh, Finland red, Egypt white. There we go. That's a nice, tidy example, right? Yeah, it's a loop. These are different tests. Okay. That's a pretty good thing. I'm going to have to write the Linux version of that loop eventually, but it's probably only going to be slightly different. We might actually do it inline here. Maybe not. I will write that later. Is that last example correct? If engine is not a proper folder? I mean, I think you would probably get into... See, what you really want to do is tell people why they cannot go somewhere, right? So, because in the permissions model and stuff, it's like maybe the user can even go into that subdirectory, but the program can't or whatever. So you want to tell people, oh, at beta, we can't go any further. And by the way, the reason is, we didn't have permission, right? Or the reason is that file name doesn't exist. Or the reason is, oh, this is a file, not a directory, right? So I feel like that's where you would do that. I deserve some chocolate. Maybe yellow highlight when you try to open file as directory, maybe. I'm just going to put that in there as a suggestion for now. We obviously could work on this a lot, right? But it's not the point of it. It's an example. So, and actually, the more functionality you put in an example, the more you obfuscate the example, right? even though we are doing this gross string concatenation thing right now, nevertheless, we persist in having the API use a well-structured path because a tremendous number of problems happen in current day programs due to treating paths as unstructured strings, and we are doing things in what we think is more of the right way, holding out for a future better world. Same reason we insist on what is it called? Process. In OS run command, providing all the arguments as words, as separate words in an array. Each word might have spaces or punctuation or whatever, and we want to disambiguate. But both Windows and Linux promptly concatenate this into a big string because they are losers who want to cause problems. Okay, explanation of why things are the way they are. Sorry if you upset me. No, you didn't really. It's just like, I actually appreciate the interactivity. Yeah, I was just thinking through how to solve the thing. How would you handle stuff like broken junction symlink? Same way. You can't open it. You tell people why you can't open it. That was a pretty good example. I was entertained by doing that example. Let's put a little bit more of a... we're just going to make it more visible there. The input path. Oh, no. I screwed up. Good thing I ran it. Okay, that looks stupid. Sometimes you just don't know what's stupid. Okay. If there's no missing subdirectory, but the rest exist. Would the following be an error or work? Okay, so that depends. So in this current example, that would be an error because we would try to open missing, and I think that's probably what you want. But that's because when we did this parse path, we said false, which is like don't clean up the path, right? If we put true here, then the missing / dot dot would get rid of the missing and then it would actually work, right? Which is a semantic difference between those two things. Which one you actually want might be up to your application. I don't know. Misspelled promptly. I'm sure I misspelled a lot of things. I don't see the word promptly. Different one. Promptly. Thank you. You don't think you can clean it prematurely? Oh yeah, missing could be a symlink. That's a good point. Maybe we shouldn't have parse path default to true. I'm going to put that note. Shells usually treat symlinks as directories, so dot dot refers to the directory containing a symlink, not the dot dot directory of the raw. Oh. So maybe it's actually right. You'd call shenanigans if a program searched the directory when file is not found. I think I've lost track of the conversation because I don't know what searching a directory means. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. We're going to run tests. In parse path, if the entire path is just slash, won't S sub 0 be invalid? No, S sub 0 won't be invalid. You will have a path that's 0 words long with num beginning slash is set to 1 and num trailing slash is set to 0. Your S array or your words array will just be 0 elements long. Okay. The max path thing. Yeah. Yeah. Paths are truly a joy. You would think that since they are the cornerstone of file access in one of these operating systems, which especially Unix being predicated around files talking to each other, you would think that paths would be like robust and stuff. Nope. Nope. It does a while, so it would go one past the last valid character. Well, let's see. It's possible that I did a problem. Let's see. This will just not iterate. That's a for, not a while. Although, if we give it 0, last existing index will stay -1. It'll say fully exists. We should actually probably not do that. Don't forget file / URLs. We did that. We did prefixes, dude, at the start of the stream. Meant the while s0 in parse path. Parse path. That's a good point. That is a good point. For some reason, I didn't do that. I was a bad person there. Thank you for noticing. "260 characters is enough for anyone." All right. So the whole reason I did that was so I had some path stuff to use in the logging. Oh, we should maybe so we have path contains. Let's use that. Path contains. Okay. So we're going to go sub path t is a, b, c. Sub path is parse path of t. All right. We need some more paths. Okay, so for path strings, it does the path contain subpath.words. It does not contain the subpath. Okay. So we're going to do the subpath. We're going to parse that. Then we're going to do this. And we're going to say, what a lovely pizza pie. Hello, sailor, a love of a lovely day is lovely. And okay, so there we go. No, that's the wrong program. No, that's the wrong what am I? There we go. Path contains loss of information. Okay. That's not right. Is broken. This is, oh no, ABC. Oh, it's not broken. I was going to change it to a lovely, which is why I was putting that. Okay. Index 1, index 5, index 0 does not. Okay, great. Great. We are happy with that. Okay, let's actually use this. Okay. Okay. Push temporary. I'm going to make this helpful thing. Yeah. Added helpful function push temporary to modules basic for when to do some stuff inside a local block. Uses temporary storage, but don't want to push do the whole push context thing. Okay, so we say push temporary, and we say old allocator is context.allocator, old data is context.allocator data. Oh no, okay. Can somebody in chat type a backtick, please? I still can't because of Dyson Sphere. Thank you. That very, very fast backtick service. Uh-oh. I keep scrolling. There we go. Okay, so backtick defer. Defer context.allocator is old allocator. Context.alligator data is old data. All right. So, right. And then okay. Great. That is our macro. Why is a backtick needed before defer? Because that says that the defer applies in the scope containing the macro. Okay. Let's make sure that's good. So I want to go back to our logging stuff. And the whole thing was I took out yesterday, some of you may have seen, I did this stream where I very grindily took out the old identifier strings. And in fact, I continued after the stream to do that. Then well, the plan was that based on where in the program things live, we would test. Like we would put, okay, my brain isn't forming sentences. Basically, okay, let's show the thing real fast for people who haven't seen it. We're working on this console. And when log messages happen to the console, we have these different categories, right? And things can get filtered into the different categories. Now, we took out most of the filtering, so everything's going to all, except Like, I believe errors should still go to errors because they have flags on them, although we will have to test that, right? So now we want these to go back where they belong. We want to filter them by file. Now, another thing I could do is actually, so every one of these messages is now tagged by file and line. So we could add a little square on the left where you hover over to get that information. That could be a thing. But first, let's try the filtering. If we want to debug the filtering, we could do that. Was there not already a push allocator? Yeah, but this one is very short. You just say push temp or whatever. Push temporary. I don't know, man. I guess there already is push. Okay, hold on. Where? Oh, I was looking in the wrong file. So this one's just a little bit briefer. I don't like this double defer here. You can tell I copied this from someone else's. All right. You're right, though. It's exactly the same. So maybe we just do this. Nested macros, man. How would it work without? Oh, you know what? This actually won't work because of the backtick on defer. So multi-backtick is in the works, but it doesn't actually work right now. So this actually, see, this actually doesn't work. Okay. Like, I am hungry. I'm going to eat some styrofoam. Why is push temporary? The only thing that starts with capital letters, because I feel like it. Capital case is a mood. It's true. Okay, so one of the reasons I did this path thing is if you're going to compare a bunch of paths, it's faster to do it chunk by chunk than to do a string compare. Like, doing a string compare character by character is dreadful, but doing a path by path compare is much faster because you just compare the first word and it's not even the same number of characters most of the time, right? So then you go to the next path word. In theory, it's faster. Who knows? All right. Okay, we're going back to the things. We're going to go to the logger and we're going to say add paths to most of these paths for this example might just be one thing long, in which case, why would we do a whole path for it? So we're going to be in source usually. Animation or editor. Let's just try single words in the path. Okay. So when I make all these pages, we're going to say what the words are. Where do I do that? Oh, it's in the console, not the logger. I was looking for the code. I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see it because it's here. All right. So add paths animation. Gameplay engine is going to be like move transaction. Like this is more of a content thing. Maybe like hot loader. So rendering engine would be the render and the renderer subfolders. So we're going to go add paths rendering and oh, I put the wrong thing. This is, yeah. That was a goof on my part. I'm sure that didn't make sense to people as I was doing it. Okay, so that's gonna be enough for now. It's not really gonna filter most things, but we're getting the functionality in there. So, yeah, relevant path words is a string. We're just gonna do this. Add paths. All right. I should get into using array append, right? Don't we have an array append? Oh, we have an array at, I can just do this. Array add this, comma, dot, dot, words. Right, I renamed that. Okay, that is sweet. Sweet action. Does it even make sense to work with paths on character level? Like, can you tokenize each directory and compare integers? I mean, you could hash each directory name, I guess. Yeah. You could totally do that. There's not super much advantage to doing that because our strings are, have the length, right? So most of the time the lengths won't match. But yeah, you could do that. You could hash it. Maybe we should do that. Maybe our path data structure should hash each thinger. Okay. Guys, I don't even know how to program in this programming language. Can anyone tell me how this programming language works? And like where the variable name goes and where the type goes? I'm very confused on these basic issues. All right. So let's see if that. So these shaders. Yeah, that didn't work. Oh, because I didn't actually use the variables, by the way. We'll actually add that there as well. Because we can have some messages go to multiple things. Okay, now when console add to history, we say for add this to any relevant topics. for okay, and then say for words topic.relevant path words if path contains word path comma word. Now we haven't made path yet, and we haven't made path contains word yet, but if path contains word, we do this. Bam. Bam. Sham. Bam. Bam. Okay. So path is a path. Let's go push temporary path equals parse path of entry dot info dot location dot file name, something like that. That's probably not right. File name is not a member of source code location. Interestingly, the same functionality that I was saying is good for paths, you automatically get in programming languages when you go ... right? Okay. File name, it's called fully pathed file name, right? Path contains word. Path contains word. Path word string returning bool for path.words if it is equal to word return true, return false. Such a nice programming language, except I didn't get it right. Oh, well, I didn't get this part right. There we go. Great. Okay. So shader, gameplay sound, rendering engine. Didn't work. Didn't work. Okay, we're going to try to find out why it didn't work. We will do the following. If S and S sub 0 is capital S, we will break. Breaker 19er 197623. Okay. So console no check-in is 1 2 3 4 5. All right. Okay, we actually needed that breakpoint already because the messages came and went. Okay. What is the message? Shader default loaded. Okay, great. We go down, we go down. We push temporary. We get path. We pop temporary. Great. What is path now? No header string. Word 0. What? Is this really? Oh. Are we not passing the file name? Oh, guys. Yeah. That would explain why we are not correctly matching the path, because we are not getting the path. We are not getting the path. All right, so buffered log entries. It happens once there. Wait, what? Hold on. This is the thing that reads buffered. Okay, hold on. What does logger do? Does it say console report? Okay, agent is gone. That is no longer a thing. Agent is no longer a thing. Okay. Yeah, we're putting a dummy log info right there. Guess what, though? We have a log info here. Console add log output info. We're just going to do that because this console report is a different function. It's kind of weird for us to funnel them together. Okay. Okay. We don't do the interactive because that, I guess we will. Okay. We weren't even doing this here, so that's a disaster. Okay. Let's clean this up. Ayo river. Ayo river. Oh, and we do copy the thing. So this was a lie. The cake was a lie. Oh. Okay. And then we need to use those flags, which we obviously weren't because they didn't exist. All right. No, I didn't capitalize. Capitalization is a mood. Also, using the whole word that you typed is a mood. Dude, what is my problem today? I am not I doubt my commitment to Sparkle Motion. Will parts of the source code of the Sokoban game be sold with the game? No, they will be given out for free. Oh, that's not good. What? That must be a log message crash, actually. Maybe we successfully diverted that. Oh, hey, look. Our shader messages are going. They're going to this window. Gameplay engine is getting undo errors. That's great. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yep. Okay. So we're crashing when I go full screen. So let's put that. Oh, you know what? The logger that goes to the output isn't putting new lines. Why is file what? Like, why are you? I was like, wait, what? There we go. Okay. So also to the output. There we go. So now, see what was happening is all these were being on the same line because we removed the need for log messages to have new lines after them, and we didn't totally do that everywhere. Okay, so now I want to debug why we are crashing when I alt enter. And it might not be my fault at all. I think it is. I thought I was successfully alt entering before. Maybe we're just like outputting a empty log message or something. Alt enter. Oh, look, it's working fine, everybody. Maybe it's x64 build only that it crashes. Oh, maybe it's only, maybe that's only running in debug mode because we have a debug break. Could be. Oh, console is closed. That shouldn't matter. Famous last words. All right. Parse path. Oh, because the console's not initialized when it's... yes. Okay, we don't start the console till we open it for the first time, I guess. Which probably we should, honestly. Okay. Right, so this is just not going to have a location. Oh, entry. Entry is optional. I forgot that I did that. See, I checked it here. All right. Some things, I guess, still do not. Am I doing like a crank session? I am not currently. I'm being chill. Okay. The interactive is not. Oh, it is working. It's just also going to all. Yes, that's what we want, actually. Rendering engine. Gameplay engine. See? Now, what I want to do maybe tomorrow or something, or maybe I'll do tonight off screen, I want to have some little interface where you can hover over this and see the file in line, and maybe even click on it and go there, right? Because I want to see who is outputting these, and then I can add that path to stuff that should go to rendering engine, right? But there you go. There you go. We are on the way to having something decent. And then once that's in, we'll Benny test the whole thing and see what all the messages are and see what we like and don't like. Do you have hotkeys to cycle through the console panes? I don't yet. So what I was thinking, in the game, generally you use brackets to go back and forth. So I was thinking of maybe doing that. The thing is, yeah, those are actually keys that you might want to type here. So maybe it would be something else. I don't know. Right now, I was thinking about that, and then I'm like, but you don't really want to cycle through these. What I really want is tooltips that tell me what they frickin' mean. Because right now the icons are totally meaningless, but we also just want real icons here, right? But yeah, just use backtick. Could use a bit more line spacing. Why don't you go work for Gmail? No, I agree. It is a little bit cramped, honestly. But I think we're just using the suggested line stride for that font, although we might not be. Pedal for the console? Yeah. I'm the only person on the entire team who has pedals. All right. And I don't even keep them plugged in. Just put words on the buttons. Okay. So this is all good. Oh, this is all good. We have had a good day. We will continue having good days later. We did our path example. We got this booted. Let's go to one level. Let's go to like Heroes 1, 2. This is a debug build, so it's gonna be kind of chunky. But like, I want to run some mini tests. You couldn't really see that at all because it's in chunky debug build. So we're solving some levels, and let's see what we got here. Animation, modeling, gameplay, sound, rendering engine, gameplay engine, errors. Okay, so really only 3 of these, like modeling, animation, are not saying anything. Although animation probably only says stuff for animation errors right now. There we go, transaction log. That should probably go to gameplay engine. Let's see. Gameplay engine. Yes, okay. So this is our transaction log. This is very spammy. I don't know why this is so spammy. I will have to fix that. But yeah, it's at least going to the right window. That's probably an error in the code that generates it. So this is like, we're just not getting all the messages. Except no, because these are showing up many times. Am I somehow adding the thing? Okay, look, actually, let's do this. Because once we add something to a topic, we're done. Yeah, okay, yeah. I could see that adding us multiple times in some cases. Although I don't think we set up the data to accidentally do that, but that's fine. Anyway, we will run tests again, make sure we didn't break anything. How long of a stream did we do today? Oh, 4 hours. That's about the length of stream that feels often sometimes we do really long ones, but often it's 4 hours. Welcome people who raided. I will now send you on to another place. Would double backtick transcend 2 macro levels? I still need to figure it out. Like in the example that I just was looking at, double backtick isn't what you want anyway. It's more like you want to expand the macro into the parent scope. You want like outer backtick. I don't know. It's weird. I need to think about it. Where do the log paths come from? Passed at the call site? There is a thing called caller location, a feature in this language where you can make an optional argument and assign it to caller location, and people could either explicitly pass a location, or if not, the compiler generates the calling location and fills it in and passes it. So most of the time, it is the compiler generated one. So that's kind of like, underscore, underscore, file, underscore, underscore, and underscore, underscore, line, underscore, underscore in C, except much nicer, and you don't have to do it manually. But sometimes, if you know you're a utility function, you can get a location from your caller and pass that on instead, and so that happens sometimes. Okay. Yeah, logging work, period. Bam. All right. Backticks and tildes. I need to change my registry and reboot. Because they actually added key binding to Dyson Sphere game, by the way. All right. Let's find another raid that will be good. We're paying it forward. I'm looking for something that is not web, that we haven't rated a bunch. Is not easy sometimes. Game Jam multiplayer photon. Chinese New Year Game Jam stream. We could do that. All right. see you guys later on. Have a good Lunar New Year, I guess is the PC term.